there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for this session of the Tales of the Salamander Coast. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive in. Yeah, this might be.
What I'm fucking doing, but I'm trying every fucking day.
I would have never even met you.
Sure, it's a very lengthy repertoire. But
a powerful warrior, which, I definitely agree with you on, but
So,
Like a dingus.
and we're back. And Felicity's a dingus. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. We share the burden of the summary here. This week on summary is
Me.
Cameron. Take it away, Cameron.
Alrighty. Last we left off, our group of heroes was recovering from their intense and emotional ritual to bring Ajax back from death. Ajax. Oh, sorry, my cat just jumped. Ajax attempts to commune with Palor away from the group a little ways, asking for some sign that he was still connected to him. Alas, there was no such connection. So Ajax hurls his spear directly into a nearby tree, which damaged the tree that it found. Cecily briefly leaves the party as well to make her way to a nearby coast where she sends a primordial message to Poe. Much to her surprise, Poe immediately responds. They catch up for a while before Poe suddenly needs to go. Soon he talks to Ajax about the incident with the tree, bringing him back his spear and urging him to put his faith in pillars other than just God. That night, as Ajax kept a lonely watch, a pair of criminals caught his attention, robbing an old man on the side of the road. Ajax springs into action, eviscerating the criminals, like literally tearing their fucking faces off and shit, and saves the old man, who in a flash disappears after telling him that he had promise or that he was something like that, and reveals himself to potentially be the Thoralian god Zeus. In the morning, Emerald returns to teleport the group back to Maester. And Ajax, once they get back to Maester, Ajax goes to Suna in a way to search for a disguise for his undead appearance. Cecily learns the teleport spell. They have very heartfelt conversations. And at the same time, Bianca, Suni, and Kyo make their way back to the site of the battle that had taken place just a month prior. Once they find their way back to the keep, Bianca lights the massive brazier located deep inside the ruinous keep, reclaiming and rebalancing the area, giving some new questions along the way. But afterwards, and after some discussion, the group continued up to the resting place of the Kalukato, where Suni and Kyo performed the ritual to bring these people back. The ritual was successful as a gorgeous sight took place in front of their eyes, and the spirits of two of the Kalukatho, in fact, Kalu and Katho, I believe, found themselves in front of the party, or the three who were there, gave a few words, and reshaped Suni's weapon. Right as they were turning to leave, a familiar face appeared before them, which was one dragonborn named Sultana. And that is where we left.
Indeed it is. So that's right where we're going to pick up. As we return to the snowy, windy peaks of the mountains behind the Mara's Keep. The ritual having just been successful, although it is freezing, your bones chilled to their core, The entire top of this mountain is covered in soft grass and beautiful flowers. And Suni, there you see an individual that has been a topic of concern, question, and so much more for so long. As the two of you lock eyes, the ring you still wear on your finger, that heartbeat ring, you still feel it. And you feel it, the pulse begin to rise as you make eye contact. As she looks to you, Suni, and begins to speak. I've had a long time to think, Suni. A long time to be alone. I thought that it was our destiny to be apart from one another until the moment was just right. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I found Emeril. He told me where you were, and he sent me to Maester. I came here to find you. I spent so long hoping and waiting for you to find your way. But I realize now that I can't wait for the weave. This is a part of the pattern I need to create myself. And you see her begin to walk closer towards you. I always thought that it was my burden to bear that I remember. And you were blessed with forgetting. That you didn't have to remember everything that we'd been through. For so long, I was so envious. But then that night in Bromsgrove, I remember it so clearly. You remembered the dance, but you didn't remember me. The moments we shared. You didn't remember anything. It was haunting. And then I started to feel bad for you. I want to help you remember, Suni. If you're willing to try.
Dare to.
I know. It can be very, very frightening. But it's also freeing. I'm sure you have so many questions that have gone unanswered for so long. Don't you want to know what it all means?
He'll kind of look to the ground and fiddle with the heartbeat ring on his finger a little bit before looking her in the eye and saying, I do. I need to know.
Okay. It's something that you need to see for yourself. I can teach you how to look, how to see. But if we're to travel down this path, we have to let go. We have to let go of what we're supposed to be, of what we're destined to be. And you see her begin to move towards the ring and begin to take it off. And as she removes it, the heartbeat on your own ring fades.
Never really been one for destiny, I suppose. He'll take his off too.
And you see her smile, and she looks to the ledge off to the east, and she throws it. You see it fall down over the mountain and just fade into nothingness.
Suni will, holding the ring in both of his hands and the palm of his hand, will take a very, very long moment to look at it. Because this is the only thing of who he was for so long. It's all he knew. And it's all he had. So it's very hard for him to give it away. But after looking at it, he'll look up and meet Sultana's eyes. And do the same.
Suni, as you sort of ball it up in your fists, and the first time you attempt to throw it, you can feel these almost like threads wrapped around your arms and your fist. The first time you try, it doesn't let you follow through. Something is stopping you. As you look, you brush off your arm, there's nothing there. You try again, it gets stuck. But on the third time, as you bring your arm back and throw, you can feel the thread snap. As whatever path you were set on before, those ties to the pattern have broken. As you throw the ring, you can feel this weight off your shoulders, this heavy burden that was sitting there. Whether you knew it or not, it was something you had grown used to. But now that that burden, those threads are no longer there, you breathe just a little bit lighter. You walk a little surer as you meet her gaze again after throwing it. And she says, "Do you feel that?"
I do. What does this mean?
We're free. You see, there are some people that are so comforted. Peoples whose lives begin and then they end. And they never have to worry about starting over again. And again and again and again. And they find comfort in destiny, in fate. For so long, our lives have never had a definite end. It's just meant to keep going and going and going. I wanted to know that if we threw away those rings, if we cast aside what was supposed to be our fate, our destiny, our purpose, our plan, I wanted to know if I looked in your eyes and I still felt the same way that I have all these years.
Well, what do you feel? he'll just blank stare her back in the eyes.
You can see there is a moment where she looks and you see her pull the quarterstaff. You see her default into a stance that is the beginning of the dance. Do you return?
Yeah, Suni will. I think both of the moon blades are still. I don't know if I assume he probably had picked them up by now, I suppose.
Yeah.
So he would go ahead and ignite them both, and return her stance with his.
Okay. And Suni, with that, she attacks. You defend. You attack. She defends. Back and forth. The exact same dance that you did on the rooftops of Brahmsgrove many, many, many months ago. Except this time, it's different. With each strike, parry, with each dodge and riposte, things change. One moment, you are atop the mountains near the Kalukratho groves. The next, you are in the ruinous temple of Bahamut. The next, in the Mother's Tears in Afera. The next, on the coast of Thrall. The next, in the ruins of what could possibly be some long-forgotten city. The next, in the depths of Craghammer. The next, on a boat in the Gemstone. The next, in the sands of Kalduraz. The next, in the Abyss. The Nine Hells. Again and again and again. Until eventually you reach the beginning. A time before weapons. A time before humanoids. Two dragons. One of ruby red scales. And another of bronze. Except they don't fight. You're not fighting. It truly feels like a dance. Diving in and near each other, away, wrapping around. A tail catching the other tail, pulling the other one up, wings softly landing against one another. Necks twirling together and untwirling, spinning and rotating. Until eventually the two forms coalesce into one. In an embrace. And Suni, as you return to the cold winds of the Kalukatho graves, you can see that where the sword fight typically ends, with both parties being disarmed, instead, Sultana embraces you. And for the first time, since that moment back at the beginning of this journey, this fate, this destiny you've been set on, instead of feeling her heartbeat through the ring, you feel it pressed against your chest. As she pulls back, she looks at you, and she now finally answers your question and says, "It wasn't fate. I know that now." And you can see, about as close as Dragonborn can get to kissing, she softly nuzzles her snout up against yours.
I imagine that when she first embraces him, he's kind of caught off guard a little bit, and will like kind of like a look of surprise, and he drops the moon blades to like embrace her back,
Yeah.
and everything. I I always knew that there was something out there. Even before I knew what it was, I knew you were there. And it's so good to finally have you.
And you can see as she smiles, she returns to embrace you again. Bianca, you and Keothi can see this as the two of them embrace. You can see there are these swirls of magic around them, these threads of the pattern tangling and twisting in towards them. Potent magic. It swirls around them, and you can see it begin to lift the two of them up, suspending them in the air. You can see them floating and twirling like ribbon dancers. You see all of the flowers on this peak begin to resonate. They begin to glow, giving off this ethereal, magical glow. As the two of them descend, you can see the entire grove changes from the many colors of pink and blue and green and yellow to red flowers with a bronze stem. The entire field gives off this soft red glow that isn't intimidating. It's not scary, it's not ominous, it is reminiscent of a warm fire. And sharing that fire with someone you deeply care for. As the magic descends the two of them back down to the ground, Sultana, she smiles and says, "So then, I think now you have to look back. When you're ready, now that you know the truth and you've made your own path, the same as I've been able to do, you should be able to connect with them, speak to them. Whether it be Suni the Dragon, or even Suni the Forsaken. You can speak with them now. Hopefully they'll be able to. It is not easy at first. Any type of meditation would work. A place safe and secure. You think, you try and picture them, or the closest thing you can imagine to what they look like. You'll feel your scales begin to warm or to chill, whatever goes against your nature. When you feel that temperature change, you're on the right path, I suppose. Chase that feeling until it grows in intensity, until you feel your entire form go numb, and then capture it. Do not let it grow more. Do not let it recede. Stay in that moment. And when you think of them, they will appear in front of you. You'll be able to speak with them.
Wow. That's a little intense. I
It's a lot to get used to on your first time, yeah. You see, it was something that Tiamat taught me, so I could better destroy you. But
they should have known better.
they should have known better. But I am sorry to say, however, that I will not be able to stay around.
What? How come? You just got here.
I know I can stay for a time. But now that I've broken my allegiance to Tiamat, I've showed you one of her secrets. I've gone against her word. The longer I stay near any of you, whether it be you or your companions, or any place that you hold dear, the more danger I put you in.
But we can help you.
You are strong. That much is very clear. But I don't think you can kill a god yet.
Well, I haven't gotten a chance to try yet.
In every life, you will always stay the same. Do you know that?
I don't know if that's reassuring or scary.
I think a little bit of both.
That's fair. I hope you were the same in every life, too.
You always knew how to show or force out my more admirable traits.
I have a habit of doing that.
I will... If it's all right, at least. I would like to return to Maester with all of you. I have my own means, a teleportation circle I can use, should you allow me access to the one that Emerald did. But I would like to at least to spend these next few days with you, traveling back.
Nothing would make me happier. As long as it's okay with you, Bianca and Keothi.
By all means.
Yep, go for it. It's nice to meet you,
Yes.
Sultana. I've never had the chance to yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
same.
I'm really excited for you to meet everyone.
I'm excited to meet them as well. I think I had seen you back in Brahmsgrove, correct? Pointing to you, Bianca. I think you were the one that followed Suni to the rooftop.
Yes. Oh, I have met Sultana. I mean, not really. We didn't chat, but like
No.
I saw her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she like flew away.
Right. And I was like, "Who's that?" Suni's like, "I don't know, but she's cute though." So.
Exact words. Right
Yeah.
there.
Bianca will be like, yeah, "Nice to officially meet you, and not just in passing."
Yes, same. Well, then, and you can see she kind of, the heat receding a bit from the moment and the anxiety. You can see she starts to fold in a bit. Well, if it's possible at all, I would really like to descend this mountain now. It is very cold up here.
You know, now that you mention it, yeah, it's fucking freezing.
Jacka looks to Kyo like, all right, let's go.
Sounds like a couple of babies to me.
I agree. Can't handle a little bit of cold.
Before they leave, though, Suni would like to approach Keothi, and give her a very, very big hug,
Oh,
and then just say to her, "We did it. Thank you so much."
We did do it. And she hugs you, much bigger than you, picks you up, kind of squeezes you as your legs are dangling up off the ground. And she says, while she's holding you, I wouldn't have been able to do this without you. So thank you, Suni. And she'll set you back down.
And Suni will take one last look at the grove of flowers that have blossomed here before walking out.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you all descend down the mountain. And as all of you descend down the mountain and travel back to Maester, I think it is only appropriate now that we cut back to Maester as we move to just because we did not get to hear from her last session, let's go ahead and move to Carasilla first, provided you're okay with that, Gemma.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the first parts of business she'd want to get in order. Yeah, those words. She would early on in the day, she'd want to go do a little bit of shopping. And she is just going to find and buy just several just blank books and a couple of things for writing.
Okay.
And squirrel that away for later. Second point of business, she would also want to find Suna and have a little talky talk with her.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's just say for the books and writing materials, let's just say one gold piece.
Cost.
Yeah, one gold
Yeah,
piece.
I'll chuck them 5, because why not?
Oh, wow.
Nah, fuck it. I'll chuck them 5 platinum. Why
Oh,
not?
shit. Man, bookmaking guy's gonna take a vacation.
He's gonna pay for his son's college now.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Oh my god.
That was the last book he ever sold.
But yeah, eventually, you do find the books, and you also do find work. Eventually, you do find Suna. Not hard. You can see that at this point in the day, she has taken a bit of a break from her magic item appraisal area, trying to make sure that she finds and locates and properly evaluates different magical items that may have been found after the thawing of the city. But you find her right now. She is enjoying a small lunch at a nice little dining establishment. We'll say for funsies, it's like the Olive Garden that the party went to in like session 4. It's the Rawlian food. So you can see she's enjoying some lunch right now, just reading a book as you approach. But she sees you. You don't startle her. She sort of reading the book, sees you. You're not hard to miss. As she sees you, sort of says, "Oh, Carasilla, hello."
So, you're not too busy, are you? I didn't want to disrupt your only free time.
No. Please, please, please.
Well, as you're aware, I'm sure, we all plan on heading off to Atarashi soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to, well, I assume you're still wanting to come with us, right?
Yes, I do. it's something I've thought for a while about. And I haven't changed my mind.
Right. But I also know that Hatarashi is home for you, yes?
It was home.
And, well, especially judging from that, I know there's some history, obviously, there. And so I wanted to check in if there's anything we could help with. Anything you can know about.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how often you do, but do you keep secrets at all?
I mean, I feel everyone does.
Do you know how when you know it would be best to tell the truth about something, but there's that feeling? It's like your throat is like growing and you can't breathe nearly as well, and you just have a really hard time hearing and seeing and thinking because you might have to say this thing that has been on your mind for a really long time. Do you ever keep those types of secrets?
Of course, and be a different way of doing things, but if it's too much to say them, I could just listen to the thoughts themselves. But at the same time, if it is something you're not ready to share, that's okay too. Still have a little bit of time before we're there.
No, you can do that. I think that would be easier.
Yeah, she'll also just kind of grab her hands for a little bit of reassurance,
Mhm.
but she'll cast Detect Thoughts.
So you see her sort of close her eyes and begin to think. With your passive insight, Carasilla, right off the bat, you know that she's not telling the whole truth. She's, as of right now, saying what she's comfortable with. So take what she says here with a grain of salt as she's thinking about it. And she pretty much says in her mind what you perceive. I was exiled from my home. I am not to return under threat of public execution. I didn't do anything wrong. I was doing what I thought was right. But my family disagreed with me. And so I had to pay a great price. But I want to go back. I know I can help all of you, and it's been so long that I know no one would recognize me. My appearance has changed enough. I promise you, no one will recognize me. And you can see in that moment, I mean, she is being deathly serious there. And you also, with your passive insight of 20, you do believe her that she believes that she did nothing wrong from the language she used. But obviously you can tell she's omitting things because it makes her uncomfortable. And she's a little ashamed of them. That's what you can get from your passive insight. But that's about where the thoughts end as she says, If I don't know if you can just stop whenever, but if you could stop reading my thoughts now, I would appreciate that. Are you still in my brain? Do you still hear these thoughts?
No, I mean, when she
Right.
says that, she'll kind of put her hands up, and we'll end. I think it's concentration, but yeah,
Mhm.
probably.
You can see she's still
Out
like
of your head.
looking. Oh, okay.
But thank you, starters. I can tell that was a lot. And if you're ever willing to at least say the nature of what happened, I don't know how relevant it'll be for our time there. But I trust that you're not going to allow anything to fester that could hurt yourself or anyone else. Right?
No, because the only way that I could get any of you in trouble is if anybody recognized me, and I promise you, nobody will recognize me. Nobody.
I also wouldn't feel comfortable just resting on that as well. Of course, I don't want you to feel like you have to come forth, especially if, you would be punished for doing so. It's hardly a solution either, but I want you to also know that you're not going there alone. We're all going to be here for you. And certainly know you well enough to know that whatever happens, you had only the best of intent. I believe that. And maybe after everything is all said and done when we're up there, people will have a different thing to remember you by anyways. Which, I don't know if it would exactly reverse whatever happened, but maybe it will at least help.
Yeah. No, I think so. I just need time.
Of course. But we're always here if you ever wish to share anything more.
Thank you, and I think that maybe before we leave, I can be more honest.
Of course, only if you're willing.
Thank you.
Certainly didn't mean to spoil your lunch, though.
No, you could never spoil anything. I mean, unless you left it out too long, like how things normally spoil. But for me, you couldn't spoil anything.
Oh, glad to hear that at least. Hope you haven't been too busy.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but that's okay, because, soon I won't be nearly as busy, just more in danger, which, honestly, I don't know which one I'd prefer at this point.
I mean, I also know that there's quite a few artifacts that will take the form of rocks. I don't know if there's anything that's been more interesting that's been coming your way because of it.
Well, actually, yes, there was one thing that I was actually going to give to all of you later that had been sent to me to identify. And I figured that your group could probably get the most use out of it.
Did I know what those are?
It's just one thing that we were able to find in the ruins. It is an amulet. We believe it was the one that Ivana was wearing. The amulet itself isn't too notable in terms of its abilities. But whoever is wearing it, they're completely impervious to harm from ice and snow, the elements of the elemental plane of cold. Completely impervious to it. But that's all it does, really.
I mean, it's quite the find in itself.
Oh, yes, it is very impressive, but when you think about the amulet that Ivana Damaris, the Horrorfrost Queen, wore, you would think it would be something with a little bit more oomph, but still impressive.
Uncle, I'm kind of glad it wasn't anything more impressive. I think things were rough as it is.
I think that's fair. Considering you were face to face with her, I understand.
But I will leave you to your lunch unless there's anything else.
No, I will bring that item to all of you later.
Right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks. You too. Okay. Alrighty. So then, Carasilla, you depart from there. And we move on. Real quick, Cecily, Ajax, within the city itself, was there anything you guys wanted to do?
I'm vibing.
Hey, yo.
I'll have something once the party is all back, like right before we leave. But I think for now, she would just be like, you know, off screen, as it were, asking Tyr how wearing a breastplate works now that they have time to do that. And just kind of going over that kind of thing. Maybe watering a plant or two.
Okay.
But that's it.
Ajax has got nothing. He's just being Batman lurking in the shadows somewhere.
Cool.
That's it.
I tried. We talked a bit.
Okay.
Oh well.
Alrighty. So, just as we, real quick, cut back to our companions that are traveling. Walking throughout the wilderness, in this, in the daylight of the Old Kingdom. Was there anything in particular that Suni or Bianca wanted to do, aside from Suni like just talking to Sultana? Was there anything you guys wanted to do on the way there?
I assume Suni and Sultana are pretty consumed with hanging out with each other, right?
I mean, yeah, but we're not like away.
I didn't know.
That
'cause
like
I was
high school couple, like I'm gonna have my arm wrapped around them as we walk down the hallway.
I don't have my hand in her back pocket or anything.
Oh my god.
Um,
Okay, because I think like if there's ever, I assume because it's a like 2-day trip, like a moment when it's just Suni and Bianca, she would check it. Because that was a lot that the boy just went through.
Yeah, Sultana striking up conversation with Keo.
Sick. So, we'll say they just took a rest by a river. So maybe down the river a little bit as they're going to like forage. Because that's something Suni would know about. Bianca would say, "All right, so." I didn't get to see what you saw, but what did you discover?
it was honestly one of the craziest things I've ever experienced. It was every single movement and change. I was traveling across planes and through time and all the way back to the beginning. Life after 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 life. Yeah, apparently I used to be a fucking dragon, which is something.
Just you, or you and Sultana?
Both of us. The
Wow.
very first dance fight thing was, or I guess the very last one was us as dragon before humanoids at all. Which is kind of crazy to think about.
Well, I will say, I think you have Cecily beat. You're definitely older than her.
I'm hella old.
And, like, Joe does, like, in history, I don't know if Bianca took a dragonology course or anything. Does that sound like anything she's ever heard of before? Because I know, like, Tiamat and Bahamut were, like, the beginning. But, like, what about, like, dragons becoming, like, over time, kind of? Is there anything that is not sounding crazy?
I won't have you roll a history check because I feel like this is something that Bianca has read about and I've said before, but the campaign's been long and I don't
You
fault you for
may
not
have.
remembering everything I've ever said.
You may have
Um,
said that.
Okay.
Something. I got a
Well-
natural one. I don't know, and Bianca doesn't
Well,
know.
I said I wasn't gonna make you roll one. But
I thought you said you were. Oh, that's so
No,
funny. I can't hear either. Okay, so I can't hear. I can't remember.
It's okay.
Anyway,
so nope, no, I'm just kidding. No, what you can recall from previous readings is two things. One, dragons were the first creatures that were made. Dragons and giants. They were like the first two things. And then from those two things, everything else kind of came. That's thing number one. Thing number two is dragons turning into humans over time. Never heard of that.
okay.
Dragons shape shifting into humans. You have heard of that. That is something that is incredibly common. Most very powerful dragons, they can't go around being a dragon all the time, so sometimes they have to shift into a humanoid form. Sometimes that's human, elf, dragonborn. Just depends what they're feeling.
Okay. She will studiously say that again to Suni, because I know Suni didn't have any sort of schooling. And maybe we've touched on this in the past with Suni. I don't remember, but to refresh his mind too, Bianca will bring all that up. So she'll say, then it makes me wonder if you're the only of your kind that are either descendants or were some of those early dragons that were. Or maybe it's just you two. But that's incredibly rare.
I guess I'm just really special.
I mean, we knew that already with the whole... with everything you always have going on. How do you feel about that?
I'm not sure yet. You know, I've seen all of these glimpses of all of these different lives, and I've known that that is what my history was, but it just, I can't reach out and feel that it's reality, you know, I don't, strange. But Sultana said that I'll be able to speak with them, with any of them. So, I suppose I have a lot of questions that I can bring back.
I mean, I guess it's deep down, you're just connecting with your own memories. In a way. Should all be there.
Strange. The same person, but also someone different. an entire lived history. What a weird thing.
It is. Well, I know sometimes when you discover things about your past, and I know your past isn't the cleanest, don't shut us out. I know all of us want to be there for you, but we literally can't. So you gotta tell us. Don't try and bear it all on your own, please. Please.
I won't.
Do I believe
know-
him?
he says it with a lot of heartfelt meaning.
Okay.
But he will say also that, oh Jesus, I can't remember what's her name, the leader of the Order of All Seeing. I can't think off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Liliana?
Liliana. And also correct me, Joe, if I say this wrong, but back into character. Sorry. He will say to Bianca, Liliana told me to.
Told you to what?
To do it alone.
Why? What was her reasoning for that?
I don't know. Told her that I couldn't.
Is that like some sort of order, like worship practice thing?
It's not what she told me, but pretty much as soon as I refused, she sent me on my way.
So you had to make a choice right then and there? Oh my god.
And I didn't even really, I can't do it on my own.
No, you can't. And it's not because you're not strong, but because you shouldn't have to.
I'm glad I don't have to do it on. Even if it means sacrificing something or some sort of treasure or power that she could have given me.
Me too.
I'm glad.
We don't have a lot, our little group. And it feels like every day, even though we may gain titles or wealth or make any sort of attack towards the Dark One, we also lose a lot. But one thing that I don't want to lose is each other. It's all we really have.
Well, you're gonna have a hard fucking time losing me.
I better. Also, so Sultana, how you feeling?
Isn't she the best?
She's pretty great. Do you feel like through your memories you've gotten to know her? Or is it just this overwhelming feeling despite knowing?
My soul knows her. Even if my memory doesn't quite. But it's getting there.
You know, I said this to Cecily once. I don't know what it feels like to be in love, but I know what it looks like. And I'm not going to tell you what you're feeling. Obviously, that's up to you. But what she feels for you looks like love to me.
he'll just have a very wide smile when she says that. I think so too. And I think I feel it back. A different kind of it than I'm used to.
Yeah. I'm glad to see you happy. It's been a long time coming.
It's nice to feel happy. Even if in just short little bursts. And he will give Bianca a very, very big hug.
Yeah, and she'll hug him tight and keep her arm around him as they finish what they were up to, unless you had anything else you wanted to talk about.
Oh, so I got the thing so I can read the old tongue or
The
whatever
old
that
tongue,
language is.
uh-huh.
Yeah. Can I like recall in my brain and read what that stuff was, or did anybody like mark it down?
Oh, Keothy definitely would have written it down.
Okay.
Um,
Then I suppose if we were like gathering things for like watches or like food for the night or whatever, when we come
Mhm.
back, I would ask for Keothy to pull it out and say that I think I want to take another look at looking at it.
yeah. She copied the script down exactly. No idea how to read it. She only knows a few key terms and phrases that she had read in the libraries of the Hearthstone. But Suni, as it is put in front of you, you can read these words as easy as most people can identify colors when they look at them. This is a feeling you've never felt before. It is smooth as you read off the words. As the words written on that brazier, inscribed in the old tongue, and I'll post this to the chat in a second. In shadowed depths, the Dark One lies. Within our world, but veiled from skies, the Creator walks, lost and blind. To his own design, he's unaligned. When darkness rises, light recedes. One forgets, the other bleeds. But fate decrees they'll meet once more, and balance shall the realms restore.
What did I say about balance? I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if we've seen any sort of prophecy that sounds so sure of something, of an outcome like this anyway.
I don't know of any other writings that are as old and closest to, or closer to the creation of everything. None come to mind, at least. Especially anything that was pertaining to the Dark One and light itself.
Suni will look at Sultana and Kyo and ask them if they have any insights on any of the things from the poem.
Sultana says, I have always heard of this Dark One from previous lives, but I wasn't so closely acquainted until, well, very recently, due to what transpired in the Temple of Bahamut. I'm sorry I don't have more information than that. Most of my work has been tied to Tiamat. Keothi sort of furrows her brow and... It's very strange. I don't know how inclined I am to trust something. That doesn't say the Dark One needs to be destroyed. I mean, we were told by the Forerunners that Malice tried to make a deal with them. She tried to get peace with them so they wouldn't one day try to destroy her. She might have her own agenda against the Dark One, but she's still one of his lieutenants. She still embodies his values. I don't know. I don't like the idea of trying to contain it or repel it or balance it out, because that's what they tried before. And look where we're at. I don't know.
I understand what you're saying, but what without the darkness, what is a world with only light? And like, I'm not saying only good, but existence without that push and pull. Like the sun and the moon and day cycles, and there's the Underdark, which is full of lots of bad, but not all bad. And there's lots of good here on the surface, but not all good. They mix. I mean, by all means, let's fight back the darkness, but to what extent?
Do we actually know if the Dark One is the same thing as darkness?
I don't know.
Can the Dark One be destroyed without removing darkness from the world?
I don't know. The only way we could know is if we could go to another world where they did defeat him, but provided we're to take the Dark One at his word, that has never happened before. I don't know.
We have a lot to think about. I think we're still needing to stay on the path. Like, regardless, we need to fight back this darkness, and we can learn more and find more answers along the way, even if we don't have the definitive one. I think regardless, we know what it's like if the Dark One wins, right? So we need to make sure that doesn't happen. We should not be discouraged. Even if we don't know exactly what winning looks like, we're going to. We have to. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to be a little cheerleader.
Alrighty. So with that, the rest of your journey happens to Maester. But before we get to Maester, or before all of you get to Maester, let's go ahead and pop back to Maester before you arrive. So, Cecily, Ajax, Caracilla, is there anything you'd like to do?
Here's another little thing that I would wish
Okay.
to do. Y'all still don't have anything else?
I'm vibing.
Cool. You both vibing? Got it.
Vibing.
Yes. Next, Caracilla would like to go to Alton.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, Felicity.
Felicity explodes.
So yeah, you can see that Alton, not wanting to be helpful in the month that all of you had been in the state you were in, he spent a lot of his time using the skills that he had. Him and M, his giant lizard mount, doing what they could to organize the guard and help Captain Romanov in whatever issues they had, because that's the light he's familiar with. Trying his best to not be as fearful or as aggressive, attempting to blend in to the best of his ability. You can see that after this month, as you begin to approach him, currently having a conversation with Captain Romanov, he no longer squints in the sunlight. It seems as though it's something that he's become more accustomed to. It helps when it's cloudy, but even in brightness, he's not squinting nearly as hard as when all of you first arrived from the Underdark. So as he's having a conversation with Captain Romanov, or Captain Fedorov, okay, Captain Fedorov, you can see he looks and sees you and says, "I'm very sorry, Captain Fedorov, but is there any way we could finish this later?" And he looks to you and looks back to Alton and says, Sure, Alton, we can finish it whenever you want. And he claps him on the shoulder and he just sort of chuckles and walks away. And he waves at you, Caracilla, but then he walks away.
We'll wait back. I imagine she was able to gain all of that.
Yeah.
She'll go over. Listen, I have a proposition if I could steal you for a night.
Yes, please.
Well, I have it on good authority that now, since everything has thawed, there are more musicians coming to play at the tavern. And from what I understand, tonight there's going to be a band of pretty decent quality, if I don't say so myself. And so I was wondering if perhaps you'd want to join me.
That sounds fantastic. I would love that.
Perfect, it's a date.
It's a date. You promise you won't rip my head off after?
Most certainly.
Sorry. I was trying to do overland humor where you because that was something that trial matrons would do if they were displeased with the soldier. Sorry, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Hands on his shoulders. Well, we're not in the Underdark anymore, so I promise you there'll be none of that.
Good. Looking forward to that
That's-
not happening.
Yes, of course. But I feel like if there is important business that you should be discussing with Captain Fedorov, I wouldn't want to, well, stop any of that happening. I know there's still a lot that needs to get off the ground.
No, they're doing quite well. I think once the snow started to melt, a lot of the soldiers, they found a lot of inspiration. This is a very beautiful city, so they I guess they like watching over it.
I mean, what time of day is it, actually?
Maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Well, I don't imagine anything would have really started now, but find me in a couple of hours, okay?
Yeah. Any particular place in particular?
We had a tavern, didn't we? There.
Yeah.
We know what the tavern is named.
she would say that because she would remember. I do not, and I am struggling through my notes. Ah.
Yes, one of the only operational taverns in the city. That makes sense.
What brought this in? Yeah, got it. Wow.
Okay, I will meet you there in a couple of hours.
See you then. Should give a little wink back.
His heart skips a beat. Alrighty. So, you separate a bit from Alton, waiting a couple hours. Is there anything in particular you wanted to do in that couple hours? Or are you just kind of making some rounds, making sure people are having a good time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Carousel, I imagine, has all the confidence in the world. So she would not be the kind of person that has any anxiety towards it. So she's just going on her day, you know. But yeah, obviously looking forward to it. But you know.
Yeah, like Belle in the beginning of Beauty and the Beast, just walking around talking to people,
Absolutely,
helping them with their
absolutely.
groceries as they're about to fall out of the bag. So nice.
Iconic, yes.
Iconic. All right, cool. So
Hey, wait, but Ursula is such a Disney princess.
she is.
Bonjour.
Yeah.
Her and Yursa, I think,
Claim
are
my
the two.
hurdy-gurdy.
Her, Yursa, and Lila, I think, are the and Twig.
Yeah.
So many are
The
Disney.
princess.
I
Wait,
think even-
next art that we need.
So
Cecily-
all those characters are Disney princesses.
Yeah.
Cecily, I feel like would be Pixar. You know.
Yeah, Cecily is a Pixar character.
That's so correct. Yeah, she's fucking Violet from The Incredibles. That's
Yeah.
what's going on there.
Or Cecily is Aladdin. You know, like.
She's Aladdin. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, she's fucking Slinky from Toy Story. Like she's just some weird. She's some creature. She's not. She's not a human character. She's one of the weird ones.
Okay. So
Just
as
use
you're
Penelope, sorry.
as you wait for Alton, just sort of walking around the town, doing who knows what, we will go ahead and real quick cut to Cecily. As Cecily, there was something you wanted to do specifically
Yeah, it
with
turns out
Tyr.
I'm not just vibing. I thought of something to. So
I don't even ask for confirmation. God damn it, Mark.
wow. So yeah, she'll be out with him in the garden at some point, and in stark contrast to the confidence we just witnessed, she is gonna just be sitting there messing with one of the plants during like a quiet moment, and just be like, "So, do you know primordial? Is that what it's called? Like the wind talk?"
It's the language of the elements. I'm very familiar.
What does it mean if you can talk to somebody really far away? Is that normal?
Without using normal means like a carrier pigeon or some type of like the spell sending, only using primordial.
Yeah, I mean, like I know the wind one, and this person knows the water one, so I kind of just find some water and I wind it.
That's very interesting. Have I ever heard of such a thing? No. But we live in strange times. So much of what would not have been possible long ago, people do with ease now. So this could be attributed to you being an incredibly powerful sorcerer with a lineage that is connected to the elements. So that could be it. Or perhaps, whoever this person is you're sending these messages to, the bond you two share could be incredibly strong.
Hmm.
It's not the pattern that carries these messages. Whether it be Eluin or Arcadia or Istitia or Kosa, the primordial beings that are, they care so much for you and this connection you have. And this person or people who you speak to, that they carry those messages for you. They allow your words to be heard by those you seek to hear it. The beauty of being connected.
You're saying there's a chance she's completely stopped gardening at this point.
Yeah, of course.
You're saying there's a chance that us caring about each other is so important that the gods are helping us talk.
Well, gods? I don't know if I could call them that. Is the soil that you've stopped tilling a god? The water that runs through the river, is that a god? The fire that burns in Abrasia? The wind moving our hair right now, is that a god?
Well,
I don't-
you tell me, 1,000-year-old man. What is and isn't?
If I knew the question to that, I would be the wisest sage from here to Kaldaras. I think it is more complex than that. Gods are easy to understand their purpose. The Raven Queen wishes to maintain balance between life and death. She wishes to respect that boundary. Palo represents good and warmth and care. It is his love that helps grow the plants that we place in our garden. Istitia is not that way. Some can view her as cruel. When ships sink in the ocean, it is Istitia's water that drowns them. But in this same turn of events, it is Istitia's water that floats them to shore sometimes, so they may live. It is complex because they are complex. They are something more than a god, but less than as well. They are like I don't know. And I think I'm okay with that.
Well, if you don't know, I'm never gonna know.
Do not count yourself out yet. You have many years to think and ponder these things. But to answer your previous question, whatever this bond is, this connection you have, someone cares for it and wishes to see it flourish, or knows that it must, for whatever reason.
That is terrifying.
It is very scary when the gods are invested in what we do on a day-to-day basis. You feel judged.
Yeah.
You feel like the weight of the world rests upon your shoulders. I cannot disappoint a god, can I not? What will happen if I do? Will they smite me? Will they forsake me? In all reality, it depends on the god, but in your case, Cecily, I would not feel anxiety for this. To me, it sounds like the gods, well, the elements, are trying to make sure a small flame does not get snuffed out by a coarse wind. They wish to see this flame grow. For whatever purpose, I do not know, but for some reason, they wish to see it thrive.
I used to think I was the only one out of the bunch that avoided the gods. Now look at all of them.
Well, when you put yourself on the path you have, very powerful people are bound to take notice. But it's nothing to be ashamed of. Your life getting twisted in with greater powers. It means that you are one of few people who can make a true difference in the world. When the gods listen to you, when you speak, they answer. When you move, they watch. When you try and change fate, very often they can do nothing but sit back and watch you break their rules. And to me, I think that's nice.
She'll nod and kind of get back to gardening for like a minute or two, and then eventually stop again, and she'll just kind of say, like into the air, hardly turning back to him, "What if I outlive him?" What if... I'm thinking way too far ahead, I guess, but what if everything goes perfectly fine somehow, and this great big war against half the universe is over, and we settle down, and we have a family, and I watch all of them die as I slowly turn 300 years old. How am I supposed to... It's not that I don't care, it's how am I supposed to... be a normal person ever? How am I supposed to tell him if I feel the same way he does, knowing that it's all just gonna fall apart at some point?
I felt very similarly about your mother. I had lived for so long. I avoided relationships, partnerships, friendships. I avoided so much because I was afraid of that pain. If I loved them, If I care for them and they die, then it's my fault. Or even if it's not my fault, then I feel such great pain because they're no longer in my life. It stopped me for many, 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 many years from forming close bonds. But when I met your mother, I realized that I had lived for so long, but I had never felt alive. The moment I let life happen to me and I didn't try and stop it, I felt whole. I felt like a part of something that I never had before. It is very sad, and it is very scary, the idea of loss. It is something none of us are ready for. But when it comes, you realize that even though you do not have them anymore, the time you spent with them is something you will cherish for many, many, many years. Even though I may never get to see your mother's face again, I do not regret it. I don't regret any of it. For one, because I have you. And he kind of grabs your hand and squeezes it. And for two, she made me feel alive. In such a long life where I had never felt that before. And he'll squeeze it again and pull it back. But in all reality, we must all find our own truth. I cannot tell you what your truth is. It's something you must discover on your own.
You're pretty good at the father figure thing.
Well, I'm very good. This is my first time, so I'm glad I'm doing well.
It's my first time too.
Mm.
Not being a dad, the other. Yep.
I had assumed, but it wouldn't be the first strange thing I would have learned about you.
Yeah. I guess you're right. If I had stayed dead, I wouldn't have to lose anyone anymore. That would have been the easy part. But I would have lost everything else.
Exactly. See, you are quite wise as well.
I have my moments. Okay. Okay. Gonna set a promise for myself. I'm gonna not let the flame die out.
Good.
What are you gonna do when we're in Adarashi? Are you coming?
I have a great love for Adarashi, much is true. I need to think on it a little more. There's good I can do here. There's good I can do in Loshar. And I'm sure there is good that I could do being with all of you in Adarashi. But I have also thought it might be time to try and arrange a parlay. With what awaits the world very soon, I cannot think. I cannot sit idly by while Odin still has this idea of all of you in his head. I will not act on anything if I choose to stay. But it is something I need to think about.
Okay. Well, guess I'll catch you before we go.
You will. In fact, Cicely, there's one more thing I wanted to show you before you go do whatever you need to do for the rest of the day.
Honestly, not much. I was just gonna sit around and eat, so.
All right. Well, this is at least partially in line with that.
Ooh, food.
You said that you speak. Oh God, Joe can't think of what it is.
Primordial. Elvish.
Specifically
Oh,
the
yeah.
air one. Orin, yeah. Okay. So, as you say that, he says, I'd like to try and teach you how to speak Terran, which is the earthen equivalent. You never know when you might need to commune with Elwyn.
Sure. Is that like a 2-hour thing? How long are we
No,
gonna
no,
be
no.
here?
Very short, very simple. Sit down.
Okay.
Okay. You see, as you sit down in front of him, he takes a small spade and he sort of digs into the earth, cuts out a small hole, pulls out the dirt, and he says, reach your hand in there.
Right. Makes sense so far.
Okay. Now, grab. Pull it out. Okay. And as you pull it out, you just have a handful of dirt. He reaches his hand in the hole. He grabs the dirt. He says, all right, I know this is going to sound strange, but you have to eat it.
Son of a bitch. I was promised a meal.
I said you would eat something.
Okay. Is this...
Now,
Is
how,
this...
how it works is you eat it first, then I eat it, and then I transfer my knowledge to you.
How is that gonna happen?
Giant magic, of course. What else do you think?
Just don't spit dirt in my mouth, please. And
I promise I will not treat you like a baby bird.
She will shove the handful of dirt in her mouth and just like puffed up chipmunk cheeks. It's like, ooh.
As you do, you see he just... and he flicks the dirt in your face and he kind of gets up.
God damn it.
And he says, well, there you go. You can speak Terran now. Congratulations, Cecily Tierson, proud new speaker of Terran language.
She's just like scraping her tongue with water. Just like... Can I actually speak Terran now? If not, it was still funny either way.
No, I am very sorry. You cannot speak Terran.
Oh, dick.
And Cecily,
Okay.
I'm very sorry. I cannot speak Terran either.
She'll laugh a lot. That's the funniest part of the whole thing. She's just gonna crack up.
Alrighty.
Yeah, she'll like laugh so much she like falls over into him.
Yeah, and he kind of scoops you up and holds you as both of you laugh. With that, we cut away from the gardens of Maester and we return to the city. So, Carasilla, you approach this tavern. And as you approach, you are, would Carasilla be arrive early, on time, or late?
Yes, I will say.
1 second.
Oh. Ba, 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 ba. I thought your father just made you eat dirt, though.
Mark, if you haven't read the chat yet, this is the
I'm-
best part of the whole.
I'm about to take a video of the chat and just
Dirt.
send it. It's so
Dirt,
funny.
dirt,
I just love that you got dad joked. That was the best.
Oh,
Oh my god.
He really loved it.
Woo. Okay. So,
But anyways,
yeah. Caleb brought me
I think. Lol. I think. Actually, when she left after asking Alton, she would have gone to the tavern, and she would she would basically put in song requests of her own. Make it seem as it all just happened, whoop-de-doo, but really she's putting an effort. But so she would have gone, and then she'd have left. But then she'd come just a little bit late. She's one of those girlies. But yeah.
okay. So, as you approach, you can see that as you're a little late, you don't know how early Alton got there. But you can see he's just sort of standing by the door. He didn't go in. He's just standing by the door, just looking around. And then he sees you and he waves politely. And he'll wait for you to get
You
a bit.
haven't been waiting long?
No, not at all. He's lying. With your passive insight, he's lying.
Perfect. Well, it's good to hear. You didn't have to wait outside, though. You know that, right?
Well, I thought it might be rude to enter before you got here.
I wouldn't have minded.
Oh.
It's a sweet thought, though.
And he just sort of like nods his head. All right.
Yeah, she'll just lead him in then, I guess. And just find a little table to start, get a couple of drinks and all that. But she would, as obviously the band starts playing and going through these different songs, she'd be kind of sat next to him and just kind of quietly, to kind of respect the space, just be kind of, it's like she's almost giving a music appreciation lesson, where she would just be kind of going through all these different details, pointing out these different kind of, I guess, nuances to what he'd be hearing, not in a a lecture way, but just pointing out these different things, talking about how certain songs would be using a rhythm to help walk cloth or whatever, or things mimicking the sound of little chicken feet, or of rolling waves or bird song, just things like that, just kind of pointing them out, just leaning over to him each time.
You can see he's absolutely enamored with each
Perfect.
music lesson you give him.
And then, as the night goes on and things start to pick up, she'll ask if he wants to have a dance.
Oh, yes, he would say, I would love that. I have never danced before. So if you see him almost say something, but then not, avoiding another drow joke, instead chooses to say, if you would be willing to lead, that would be very kind of you.
Of course. I mean, I feel like here's a place, if any, to learn. Most people will be drunk soon anyways, so I can assure you there'll be far worse going on than you. And then she'll get up and kind of do, like, you know, a half little curtsy thing and, like, offer out her hand.
Mm-hmm. And he will take it.
But yeah, and then she'll just kind of lead him through.
Okay.
I really don't think she'd be too much of a dancer herself, and so it's very much just at that casual level of just, you know, letting it just be for the enjoyment, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing flashy.
Yeah, not definitely not doing oh god. What is it called in Illica? Not Swan Lake.
The swan.
The Swan. Thank you. So yeah,
Not
the two of you begin to dance in a way where you are just trying to feel the music. And the thing that you notice is that Alton, although he doesn't necessarily have the strongest intonation for dancing, he is light on his feet. He does have a good base to build off of. You can tell that he has rhythm. You can tell that he is able to act on it. He just doesn't know what to do with his body. So he's just kind of mimicking you. He's doing some of the same moves you are. But you can see that as the night goes on, as maybe a few more drinks are had, he begins to loosen up just a bit more and add his own flair to some of the dance moves. As he's having a very good time, Carosella.
Hell yeah. Intention reached.
Mhm.
But yeah, and she'd just be happy to just, you know, stay late in the night, you know,
Mhm.
just enjoy each other's company.
Yeah. As the two of you begin to, let me do one thing here real quick. Okay. Oh, that didn't work how I wanted to. Okay, that's fine. As the two of you eventually at a point where a softer song begins to play, you can see as the two of you sort of sit down, he sort of pushes the drink off to the side. He's not drunk or anything like that. He just grabs onto your hand on the table and says, I just thank you. I know that I made a joke about it earlier, but it's still very strange to me to receive kindness from such a powerful and beautiful woman. So I am feeling very honored that you would give me this time and this affection. So thank you.
Of course, I mean, I feel a lot of it is well overdue. I think everyone deserves to be happy, but especially those I feel that have had too much of that stolen from them.
That is exactly how it feels. But every day I'm here, and every day I get to spend with you, I feel a little bit is earned back.
Well, I suppose I'll have to work twice as hard to make sure I can make it all back.
Well, I'll have to hold you to that promise.
I hope you will.
And with that, he'll nod. He won't say anything more. Just a coy little smile on his face. As eventually the softer, sad song begins to fade as the dancing music returns. As you can see, many people who are sitting, getting that time to eat or drink, they eventually get back up and they rejoin the festivities and the dancing. So, Carousel, on this night, was there anything else you wanted to do?
That is all.
Okay.
Like I said, just trying to show him a good time,
Okay, sounds good. And boy, did you. He enjoyed his time very much. Okay,
Hell yeah.
so the night comes to a close, and everybody in the tavern is dancing as the night eventually does come to a close, and the festivities in the tavern come to an end. As everybody heads to sleep and wakes up the next morning, very early on in the morning, our adventurers return from the keep. As Suni, Bianca, Keothi, and Sultana return to Maester. So we'll say, just to speed through things a bit, I'm in no rush, by the way, but as opposed to sort of awkwardly sort of coming in at different intervals, we'll say that all of you are able to reconvene in the keep. As all of you reconvene in the keep, ready to debrief each other on what has happened over the past couple of days, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. And we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So let's just say 9, 10, or 10. Whatever the 10-minute time is for you in your time zone. So let's go ahead and go with that. So thanks for watching so far, and we'll be right back. Hi, everybody, we're back. We're going to go ahead and dive right in. Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers are now finally reunited within the city of Maester. After a conversation with Sultana on the peaks of the mountains behind the keep of Damaris City, after a brief conversation between Suni, Bianca, Keothi, and Sultana about the nature of the words that were written on the brazier in the Old Tongue, a small moment between a small moment between Cecily and Tyr in the gardens discussing life and being alive and whether it's worth it to foster these relationships if you're going to outlive them. Also eating dirt. That was a part of it too.
Best part.
And then finally, before heading to break, there were two things. For one, a conversation with Suna about Adarashi and what is happening there. Carasilla had that with her to try and get some information, and some information was gained, but not the whole story. That will have to be delved into later. But the session ended, the break ended
Segment.
with a, I started off so strong. The break began with a moment between Alton and Carasilla. Alton having been a drow from the Underdark who the only life he'd ever known was, pain and suffering and misery. But now, having spent time above the surface and spent time with Carasilla, he's learning that he deserves so much more. And it's something that Carasilla is helping him discover, and he's very appreciative of. But now, as our session begins, all of the party members finally return to Maester, except one. So, as the rest of the party members gather in the keep to discuss their findings from the keep of Damaris City, and what the other party members have found within Maester, all of you realize that Ajax is not here. Ajax, as this meeting is beginning, as everyone is returning this early in the morning, what is Ajax doing?
Ajax has had a somewhat type of a ritual every morning before sunrise. Very early morning. He leaves wherever they are staying, which to Carousel and Cecily, he does not and has not ever brought his spear or his shield with him this entire time. It's always stayed within the place we are staying. But he leaves the city every morning before sunrise and walks into the forest nearby, where he has a small shrine to Paylor. And he sits there and watches the sun rise and tries to communicate with Paylor every morning. So, no different from this morning, he is there while everyone else is together.
Okay. So, Ajax, as you are out there, sadly, there is no response, as has been many times before. So, as you stay out there, hoping to reach some type of connection, you will go ahead and go back to the party within the keep. So, all of you are there. You see one another, and proper introductions are made. Well, Suni, how do you introduce Sultana to the rest of the group that is here?
I think that Suni would. I mean, are we walking into the room where everybody else is already gathered?
Yeah, I think that Cecily and Caracilla.
Cecily and Caracilla. I guess it's just the two of them.
And we'll say Suna's there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. As he walks in, he'll like look around just to make sure everyone's here. He's like, okay, everyone's. Oh wait, where's Ajax? It's okay. Everyone, I want you to meet somebody, and then he's gonna like literally like shove the Sultana forward, and like I imagine she'll kind of like stumble a few feet. This is Sultana. She's my yes, she's my other
Are you dating? I'm confused. What's happening?
I don't know what dating means, to be completely honest, but
Me neither, dude.
she's my other half, I suppose. My balanced side.
Oh. Suni, it sounds like you're more than dating. Well, hi. She'll realize look on Cecily's face where she's like, I shouldn't be saying this right now. Like, well, hi.
Hi. And Suni is correct. I am his other half in two ways. Our souls have been bonded, and I do feel a great love for Suni. But also, it should be known that I am Suni's other half in terms of his draconic balance. In all reality, with each creation we've gone through, each cycle, we are meant to destroy each other. We are mortal enemies, but also soul bonded.
Wait, so you're the person we thought was Desmond in the ring, right? Am I following?
Huh?
Where'd your ring go?
Oh,
Trash that question. New question.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. She's like, yeah, no, forget that. What? You're not even wearing the ring.
We threw the rings away as a kind of, I don't know, beginning step to breaking our bonds with destiny, I suppose. It all sounds really convoluted when you say it like that. But
Okay.
Sultana's going to be with us for at least a little while. As long as she wants.
I will not stay for long. In fact, um, before sunset, I will need to leave. Um, it has been wonderful spending this time with Suni, and I'm very happy to meet all of you. Aside from this Ajax, I have yet to meet. But in discarding the rings and going against our fate, my destiny, and due to several other events that transpired in the Nine Hells, maybe a week ago, I am no longer on good terms with Tiamat, I am to assume. So to avoid endangering all of you and the people of this city, I will be leaving as quickly as I arrived. I don't wish to cause anybody any harm or put anyone in danger. I just wanted to meet the people that Suni has been traveling with. He means a great deal to me, and I just wanted to make sure that he was and will continue to be in good hands. I've known him for a long time, and he can be a little difficult sometimes. She says with love.
What about yourself, though? If you're going to be in danger with Tiamat, how do you plan on keeping yourself safe?
Well, I am quite good at defending myself. I've spent many, 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 many years practicing those arts. You see, is where Suni has to start over every single time he's reincarnated. I pick up where I left off. I have thousands of years of experience and knowledge and training to guide me. Tiamat is not much older than me, and I can guarantee you, not much wiser either. There are places in this world that exist that she does not know about. I plan to use them.
Nice.
Whoa. Suni, she's pretty cool.
Yeah, she is.
She's been to hell.
Yes, in fact, if you hear anything about the city of Dis and its collapse and destruction, that was something that I was a part of. A very strange turn of events, honestly. I met a very kind tiefling man, a Yorick Nasine, one of the Forerunners.
Oh, we are close with the Forerunners. I mean, closest you can be when you're not in the same continent.
Heroic pen pals.
It's a very poetic way to put it. But,
It's my new band name.
very good. I look forward to hearing you perform. Well, it is a shame that I was not able to meet Ajax. But from what you've told me, Suni, if he's half the man that you say he is, then I trust your opinion of him. Oh, if you would be kind enough to direct me to where the teleportation circle is, I will leave before I cause any more, potentially bring any harm, but Suni, would you mind walking me there?
It would be my honor.
Before you go, just because I didn't want to go and get into everything without Suni there, Can we quickly say that everyone now knows what just happened? Or unless you want me to summarize everything that we did.
Oh no,
By
everything.
just happened, you mean the old tongue thing and the relighting and
And the
your whole journey?
Kalakato stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could say that. I remember.
Um,
Okay.
Soon
And
you
then
would
I-
show off the new moon blades.
Dude,
Yeah, I know.
nice. Wow. I mean, at this rate, you and Bianca are like set. Like, you can like retire. I wouldn't blame you if you just kick back.
Oh,
Is that an
yeah, and
option?
she'll show the new bow. Guess who got me this? Hades.
Okay, never mind. You're just getting started on a new thing.
You made a deal with Hades.
Oath, deal. Yeah,
Interesting.
how so?
Well, many of my journeys have taken me to Thrall, and I have been to Hades' portion of the underworld. He had always seemed less interested in the lives of the mortals above. At least interfering with them, at least. Less so than the other Thrallian gods. So if he's
Well-
taken an interest in you, then that is very notable.
I had a close tie to the Raven Queen, and so maybe there's a little bit of something going on there between the two of them. I'm not sure, but and then common enemy, the Dark One. So
Of course. No judgment. For most of my life, I have served the evil dragon goddess Tiamat. I cannot judge you.
I wasn't assuming judgment.
Even better.
Well, could I just ask what the next thing is? I mean, you're supposed to kill each other for what 4,000 years, and now you're not. So, other than high fiving, what now? Kind of seems like you're fighting against the weave pretty boldly.
I'd like to think that even if our dance, even if we do not do this dance together physically, that dance still connects us. Even though we don't have the rings anymore, I'm still connected to him. And to answer the question as to what's next, for the first time in any one of my lives, I get to choose. And I don't know what that thing is yet. But I like the idea that it's my choice.
Well, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
She'll turn to Suni. Should I be more formal right now? I didn't pick up on any.
No need to be formal. I mean, I've been the opposite pretty much over the past, couple of days journey back here.
Okay.
Just be you. That's what matters.
All right. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
Hey,
yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't know if anything's meant to happen. I think things just sort of happen and we decide what it meant. I mean, I'm kind of supposed to be dead. Bianca's kind of supposed to not have her soul. Suni is kind of supposed to kill everyone. Well, bullshit. Here we are. I say fuck destiny and have fun.
That's my motto.
Good. It seems as though you are in very, very, very chaotic but good hands. As you do spirit fingers at her, so her head just kind of cocks. Okay. Alrighty. So everybody caught up to speed. Everybody debriefed aside from Ajax.
Yeah, we'll get him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thuni and Sultana depart, unless there was anything that needed to be said to her.
I didn't have anything. But if there's no more conversations about what the information we brought back, Bianca was gonna go look for Ajax.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, Cecily, John and I talked about this a bit. Cecily, let me chew. Hold on.
All right. Listen here.
Cecily's having breakfast. That's the thing.
We can tell.
This whole time,
It's all that dirt.
yeah, she was saying all that shit to Sultana, just like, well, listen, as far as I'm concerned, okay, so Cecily would have noticed yesterday that Ajax has had a little bit of a morning routine, so she would share that with the group so they weren't worried, but she would say it with like a little bit of a, maybe suspicious isn't the right word, but she, she's a little worried about him.
Yeah.
And just kind of bring up, that he's been departing in the morning without his gear and just heading into the woods and coming back later and hasn't been talking much the past few days, even though she tried to talk to him at least one time.
I think when Bianca goes after him or goes to look for him, she would take his gear with her too.
Cool.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, everyone is debriefed. I will say that Suna would present the amulet she had brought up earlier and would just say, this amulet was found in the ruins. I've checked it for with identify, but also with detect good and evil. It seems as though whatever cruelty or malice that Ivana had maybe embedded into the amulet with her death, it seems, to my eye at least, it is no longer there. And she'll set it on the table. And this is, it's an item that whoever decides to have it can add it to their inventory. It is Ivana's Frosted Ward. This delicate amulet, once belonging to Ivana Damaris, has been meticulously crafted from fine silver. In its center rests a deep blue sapphire, which seems to capture and refract even the dimmest light, evoking the serenity of a winter's night. It only has one feature, Frost's Embrace. The bearer of this amulet becomes immune to cold damage. This amulet does not require attunement, so it is just something you can wear and be immune to cold damage, period.
Well, Cecily has Absorb Element, so can be resistant to any element damage on a whim. So, I mean, it's not immunity, but still, she'll pass on it. So somebody who isn't able to do that can have it.
I mean, Bianca would take it for thematic reasons unless anyone's got a particular
Nah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I was
issue
gonna
to
say, I feel like
ice.
it makes sense for Bianca to have it.
The
Yeah,
only
I
other,
was
I
just-
guess, I know Suni doesn't like the cold, but
Yeah, it would complete.
damage to spells though.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
like,
oh yeah,
It also, I mean, because you're immune to cold damage, it would completely negate, feelings of cold or frostbite or anything like that.
Cold never bothered
Well,
me
I
Yeah.
know Suni hates the cold, but Bianca had chilly toes for months.
That's
I feel
true.
like
That is
She was
true.
frostbitten for a long
know.
time.
I feel
No
like
more
you've
chili
earned
toes. Never
No
again.
more chili
And
toes.
No more chili
s-
dogs.
Since it's not attunement, you know, if anybody ever needs it, you can just
Right, we can pass it around.
Right.
Yep.
That's fair. Okay, cool.
okay.
Bianca will put it on.
You can add that to your
I
inventory
need-
then.
So
You
what's
see
it
a
called?
wizard casting Cone of Cold and you throw it.
The Sisterhood
Um,
of the Traveling Amulet.
Ivana's Frosted Ward.
There it is. Thank you.
Boom. Love it when a
Thanks,
plan
Luna.
comes together. Alrighty. There we go.
Cool.
Good
Oh, I
shit.
have a potion of cold resistance. I should give that to somebody else. Or did I take it? I took it.
You definitely took that.
I took that. Why is it here? Why
We
am
all
I not
took it.
deleting things?
Yeah, I think everyone took it. But I think
Yeah,
in D&D
we
Beyond, it
should've
keeps it in your
all-
inventory. It just has it as a 0.
Mhm.
Like, you
Quantity,
don't have any
yeah.
of it, but it's an item that you've had, you know?
Yeah.
Confusion.
Okay. So, the item is given, and Suni and Sultana head down to the Order of the All-Seeing's teleportation circle for the Mazdrum Mountain Dwarves, and Bianca will head to the forest to try and find Ajax. So, let's go ahead and start with Suni and Sultana. As we there we go. Move to the All-Seeing Temple. So, as you move down to the depths below, it is it is quiet. There is just sort of this ambience, this tone, whether it be from people humming or meditating, the ever so rare flash of moon blades sparking due to a spar. The two of you walk throughout the Temple of the All-Seeing until eventually you arrive at the teleportation circle. And as you stop there, you can see Sultana turns to you and says, I am sorry that I didn't come find you sooner.
You don't need to be sorry for that. Everything's been crazy. And we were meant to, one way or another, destiny or no destiny, find our way back to each other. And we did.
You are absolutely right. And honestly, I'm very happy it was that moment. You make my heart whole, Suni Kalukatho.
If a Dragonborn could blush, he would be blushing. I know, they might be able to.
No, I'm red, so I'm always blushing. And she leans in, and another Dragonborn nuzzle kiss as she takes a step back, steps on the teleportation circle, and says, I look forward to our next encounter, Suni Kalukatho. And you can see she kneels, and you were going to say?
Oh, he was gonna say, Not as much as I do, Sultana. And he will give a very, very deep bow without breaking eye contact with her.
And with that, you see as she kneels, the magic envelops her, this uh, pattern weave of reds and golds wraps around her as she slowly dissolves, as the magic overcomes her. She goes far away. You have no idea where, but even without the ring, you've never felt closer to her. So, with that, we go from Suni to the forests outside of Maester. So, Bianca, you begin your search. Obviously, Cecily did not try very hard. She didn't come stalk Ajax out into the woods. She just knows that this is where he went. You have the spear and the shield. So my question is to Ajax, how hard is it to find the small altar that he had constructed?
I don't think it would be super hard. I mean, he's not like near the road. He found a spot in the forest that has a specific way, like at a certain point in the morning, a ray of sun beams into like a small clearing. Where honestly, he's probably taken like a cut down tree and chopped it in half and created like a little table that he has like candles, and he's carved a symbol of Palor in. But it wouldn't be hard to find him, only because you could probably hear him in the distance. Probably growling and kind of yelling.
So, yeah, Bianca, even though your passive perception is not the highest, you still are able to hear it. You can approach however you want.
I think if he's having a particular like outburst, she would kind of like, obviously with his, is it the spear and shield that you left behind? She's got those on her back, so she might not be as quiet as she normally is, so she might try and like slow down, just trying not to startle him. But once one of his, there's like a lull in the outburst, maybe a little bit of calm, she would like make herself known, like not being as quiet, so you could hear footsteps coming up behind you, Ajax.
Yeah, I mean, you would probably like approaching, see Ajax kind of standing up, speaking into the sky and just saying,
I've devoted everything to you, my entire life. Why aren't you talking? A sign, anything.
and he just smashes the table and candles scatter and wood splinters off, and he's just sitting there heaving, angry.
Yeah, as you hear the footsteps come up behind you, I don't know if you turn around, she'll say, do you need to be alone still? I know you've been alone a lot recently, so I wanted to find you.
He kind of straightens up. He doesn't look back at you. He'll kind of looking forward and kind of just turns his head a little bit and says,
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're all great. Suni and I obviously made it back. It was a successful trip. We ran into Sultana as well. I'm sure Suni's mentioned her before. Things are good.
Good.
you've been reaching out every morning, from what I understand.
Yes.
And like looking at the broken table and the candles and whatever he had lit or set up kind of scattered. She knows like it hasn't been successful. Well, it might be more helpful if you had your spear with you, but we can always try again. And she's gonna go over to the altar and start to kind of, even though you have a broken table, she's gonna start to kind of like slowly kind of put things back together. I mean, you know, I'm not connected to Paylor at all, but I'll be here with you if you want to keep trying. You can say and do whatever you need, of course. I'm definitely not one to judge someone for pissing off a god.
That's the thing. I didn't do anything. I served him and Leos. I gave my life defending his beliefs.
And he kind of looks down at the spear and shield and kind of takes a step back.
I don't want those.
Okay. She'll like take them off her back and like go set them a little further away. I just assume if you want to connect with him, having something that he gave you might help. I mean,
I've tried, Bianca. I've tried to connect with him. I tried using the spear and the shield. I came out here every day for the past, I don't know how long. I've spoke to him every morning, and he shut me completely out.
I remember times when the Raven Queen and I were connected still. There were moments I would be shut out from her too. I know she's a notorious god for not being communicative, and Halor seems like he's at least a little bit more present. But it seems like we're just in a lull, a little bit of a rut. I was just suggesting, you know, if you're trying again and again, it might be helpful to keep trying with those items, but you don't need to.
My God and yours are not the same.
I know. I understand. I was just about to ask, is this how you normally would connect with Leos? When do you remember hearing from him? I know you are someone who serves and gives back to people. And is that when you would hear from him?
I heard from them before the battle.
The Battle of Ivana in particular, or the siege in general?
Siege. Halor spoke to me, told me to be everyone's light. Bianca, did I not do enough? Did I not give everything?
You did. No, you
Then
did.
why isn't he speaking to me?
I don't know. There's... things changed. obviously, and maybe since you're not fully back, it's harder for you to be able to build that bridge again. You know? But that doesn't mean we can just, totally throw it out the window or be upset. It's just not going to be as easy as before, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. I think just some time. And she starts to kind of reset the altar again, like rearranging everything, maybe like on the ground this time, trying to make sure like sunlight is on it. I mean, maybe you can just help guide me here. I don't know how these are, I don't worship him, but we'll try.
Bianca, you see Ajax stop as he looks to the altar and then looks to you. And you hear him say, "Get your hands off that altar. It's broken. I want nothing to do with it. And right now, I would prefer you leave and take those God's-forsaken weapons with you. They have brought me nothing but pain and suffering. So I suggest you leave. Leave me now."
Ajax. She takes her hands off the altar. Okay. I'm not gonna leave you after that. Let's talk through this.
Why am I not surprised? You struggle following orders. How many chances did the Raven Queen give you? No, instead, you decided to bring me back so I could be what? This monster? This is on you, Bianca. I don't want to see you right now. I want you to walk away and leave me alone.
Can I tell if he's speaking from his heart or from somewhere else?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Let's go! +0! Okay.
Yeah, seems as though he's speaking honestly.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just...
Are you? Look. I know it's hard. Not personally, obviously, but I hate seeing you like this. I hate knowing you're hurting. Everything I said in the ritual, I meant it, Ajax. I want to be here with you, to struggle with you. You lifted me for so many years. Let me help you.
When I came back, and the Raven Queen abandoned you, I'd always been there for you. I'd always been ready and willing to help regardless of what happened. But when she abandons you, you go to try and parlay with her, to try and talk to her. And the first god that comes to you, you accept his offer without even asking anyone. I was there for you for so long. I would have been there happily for you in that moment. But you didn't bother. Was it about power? Is that what it was?
This isn't about me, and you know it. This isn't about Hades or the Raven Queen.
It's not about you. No, you came here to help. Well, thank you, but I don't want your help. You have proven where your allegiances lie.
we'll still continue to work together. But I do not want your sympathy or your empathy. I want to be left alone. Now leave before I do something I regret.
You haven't already?
No.
Well, look, I'll give you space. But sympathy and empathy, I don't care how many tantrums you throw, Ajax. When you're ready, I'll be there. I did not give up my oath to the Raven Queen to give up on you. All we have, I said this earlier to Suni, all we have at the end of the day is each other. So you can be alone, but I'm gonna fucking be here for you. And this spear that you don't give a shit about, well, that soul used to own mine. I gave you the soul that owned my soul. And you defended me with it. I'm going to defend you and everyone and my kingdom, our kingdom, everything we've been fighting for. If you can't see that right now, that's fine. You'll wake up. You know what? Don't say another word because I don't want to hear it. And she'll go take the sword and shield and put it on her back and walk away.
Okay. You walk away. You eventually are completely removed from the area. And Ajax, you come to this inner dialogue with yourself.
She doesn't understand. We know she doesn't understand, right?
Where is she?
She left us.
She wouldn't do that.
It could be this Hades already corrupting her.
Hades?
It could be. I'm so scared for her.
Where did she go?
She left us here, alone. We tried so hard to tell her. She said so many hurtful things to us.
She wouldn't do that.
But she did. It is probably best that we stay away from her for now. Figure out if we can separate her from Hades somehow, so he does not corrupt her further.
How?
I don't know. We need to find something, though, but I know what we should do to help get our mind off things. We should hunt tonight.
Yes. We should.
Good. Very good.
Okay. So Ajax, you have this moment of cognitive dissonance where you feel that voice. It's your own. It's your conscious. It's that inner monologue that all of us have was just so incredibly vivid, but it fades as you're left alone. This is what you asked for, right? Right? So, how much longer does Ajax stay here by himself?
I think after that conversation, he probably wouldn't return. He'd probably just stay there. Yeah, until it's time.
Okay. Alrighty.
I mean, Bianca wouldn't not tell the party what just happened. He's like a different person. So I think, unless you didn't, if you guys had more stuff to do, when Bianca returns, she's gonna talk to everybody.
I had a funny thing, but it's not gonna happen now. So we could go to that.
Because if Ajax doesn't return, also, like, everyone's gonna be like, Bianca, what happened with Ajax?
Yeah.
Exactly. No, my little scene is based on the assumption that we're all here and fine. So.
Okay. Well, Bianca, is everyone at the keep again when she returns?
Mm-hmm.
I'll chill.
Suni?
Yeah, he probably just would have gotten back up from Sultana at that point.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you see, like, Bianca, she's pissed, but she's got, like, angry tears running down her eyes as she, like, walks in the keep and, like, slams the door shut. Hey, I have news, guys.
Are you alright?
No, and neither is Ajax. I don't know. Cecily, you said he wanted to be alone. Was he different when he talked to you?
I mean, other than the obvious, no. He was upset. Whatever I said to him didn't seem to work, but that's normal.
But he didn't have this almost... I could tell everything he was saying he meant. I know he's hurting. But he's never been so vicious. Ever. Even... He's gone through a lot, you guys know. He's had a lot of death and loss in his life. He's so mad at Paylor right now, but... He's just so angry.
What happened out there?
I found him... He was upset because Paylor wasn't responding to him. He had an altar set up. And when I approached, he was so angry he broke the table, which he's strong, you know? Like, he could break a lot of things with just one hit, you know? It's not that surprising. And he was frustrated, naturally, so I tried to help him. Basically just be... If he wanted to connect with Paylor, that's what I was going to try and help him do, right? Well, then he went on this tirade about how something about me and the Raven Queen and Hades somehow being relevant, which I said, hey, you know, my shit's my shit. This is about you. And he just doubled down. And how it's my fault. He didn't say the parties. He said my fault for making him what he is. Basically having the problem he's having now with Paylor. So I wanted to specify he said me, so no one feels attacked here. I don't know if he feels that way about all of us, since it wasn't just me that participated, but it was directed at me.
Is he still out there then? He didn't go somewhere else?
He didn't follow after me. He yelled at me to go. He wants to be alone. And that he doesn't want my sympathy and empathy. Told him, well, fuck that, he's gonna get some. And that he really doesn't want to be around these weapons.
I just said, whatever's happening, it has to be something, and I don't know if it's a great idea for him to be alone. I don't blame you for coming back, especially after the things he said, but...
He did threaten. I'm not afraid of him. He said if I didn't leave, he would do something. Bad, I assume.
Yeah, that's more than I noticed a couple days ago.
Yeah, something must have changed. I just spoke to him before we left Thrall about a similar thing, and he was, well, to put it nicely, much more receptive to the conversation I had with him, including me giving him back the spear. So something has changed.
I mean, maybe he's particularly upset with me. This is new for us. I agree, Carousella. I don't think he should just be out there by himself, all upset and potentially dangerous, but I feel like my presence might make him more upset.
And I feel like you've already shared enough words with each other already. We'll say if I go, I might be able to get a little bit more insight.
Calm him down, yeah.
I can also go if we don't, as long as we don't want to overcrowd him, that is, or if we don't mind a few people going. But I can always search to see if there's something darker underneath.
I honestly think it should be more than one person going. He's very strong, we all know this.
And let's not pretend it's the first time he's had his mind fucked with.
No, and that's what worries me. We know a lot of him didn't come back in the conventional way. We know he spent time near the Dark One's influence. I worry if it's not just him we brought back.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, because Emerald even was really surprised at the state he arrived in. Something went wrong. This isn't Ajax.
I wonder
Or
then
at all.
if perhaps something else was helping him get back after we failed to do so. Maybe capitalizing on some of that energy. Either way, it's worrisome to say the least. But Suni, if you'd be willing to come with me, I think we can't leave him alone, especially not now.
Of course. Would
I have
the rest of you want to come just to stay outside and...
Yeah, I have a thought or two. First off, I think we should all go. You two should see what's going on. if it is actually just him, as far as we can tell, then that's a whole different situation. And if we all tiptoe around him in a big crowd, like he's made of glass, I'm gonna crack at any minute, then that's just gonna make everything worse. But if something is wrong, then I think we should all be there.
I can stay in the shadows.
Are you sure you're alright to come?
Yes. I'm not... Whatever's happening with Ajax, like I said, you all heard me. If we're sinking together. I'll be alright, thank you, Carousella.
Let's just not sink first is the main thing.
Definitely ideal.
I want to just float one idea as somebody that was also on the table at one point. It really changes you no matter what. And I know it seems like something happened at the table and he's definitely not back in the way that I am. But maybe he is just that angry. I mean, I know what it's like to tell yourself that one day you're gonna be gone. It's easy, in a way, and then when everybody brings you back, you have to figure out how to live, and it turns out that that's 100 times harder. Now he's in a body he hates. His god stopped talking to him. Half of us don't know how to act around him anymore, and I'll admit I'm one of them. He's 3 times my size. And looks like things that have tried to kill me. I wish he didn't, but he does. I know maybe something's going on, but if he is just that upset at what has happened, we have to be ready to deal with that too. And sometimes that's a lot harder than finding some evil monster to stab.
I will say, even if there is influence, I don't think that emotion is not his own. I think he is angry. I'm not as good at reading people as some of you guys, but I know Ajax. He's not acting like himself, but he's feeling everything that he said. You're right, Cecily.
I think it's also probably a good idea to head out now before we maybe lose track of him.
Yeah.
Bianca has advantage at hunting undead as a blood hunter.
Okay.
Hunt him. Slay him.
So
Can
Leon
we-
hunt.
Heart.
Can we just do the first half of hunting and then reassess?
I want to skin Ajax and wear him.
He doesn't have any skin.
You only
Oh, no,
get...
like skin his fur, you know?
Yeah, he's undead. He don't have no skin, man.
I
So
want
he's
2
just
bone
falling
hairs.
out organs.
Yeah, just everywhere. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, Ajax Hunt, let's go. Woo!
Oh, just in case, just because the word I don't think has been thrown out by any of the PCs, Suni would tell everybody that Ajax is undead and that's like a fact.
Okay.
So he's not alive.
Okay.
Because Suni knows that.
Right. Yeah, Cecily just knew he was half-baked. She didn't really know the specifics.
That's a word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's good to know.
We got Joe in a pickle. He's really thinking there.
I'm waiting for somebody to message me back.
Oh,
What?
I thought he was
Vamping.
thinking about what's gonna happen.
God, guys, I'm really.
Pick up on an Ajax hunt. Catch
Oh,
a big
jeez.
Wow, this is like, so we had eating dirt,
one.
and now Ajax hunt, Ajax hunt.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah. I've got my pitchfork. I'm so ready.
You know how last week I said that was the longest session summary I'd ever written?
Have
This
fun.
one is already twice the length. We have been so productive lately.
Honestly.
So much shit is happening that can't not be written down. It's just.
Must be writ.
It must be writ. Or the past participle, rat.
Must be rat. Speaking of rats, Gemma, in Dirge, I almost made Astarion eat a rat for fun.
Oh, delicious.
Nice. Gemma,
Okay.
I want you to know that anytime I'm playing a video game where I fight a rat, I say in my head, Gemma, don't look.
My little veggies.
Just want
Okay.
you to know that's a thing that's been happening.
I
in my head for,
appreciate that.
Alrighty.
Yes.
So, all of you head outside of the city. How are you choosing to approach this situation? Out in the open, sneaking around? What's the approach here?
Well, Suni's first gonna cast Warding Bond on Carasilla. Just
Just so that Ajax doesn't bite her
that.
again.
Yeah.
I also think it's probably a good idea to either have Suni or Carousel like more open and you two slinking, or like even just Carousel. Like I don't think we should swamp him.
Yeah,
Like I'm gonna need to be close regardless.
Bianca
Yeah.
is sleeking, hiding. Yep.
I'm gonna prepare balefire. I'm kidding. I'm gonna.
Do you have to
Really,
prepare?
because that's part of my
Let me just get my new character sheet out.
I didn't mean prepare. I meant hold action just the whole time. Just. No. I'm not gonna do anything in particular, but if Bianca and I are stealthing, I will do that so that we're kind of just like ready to jump into action if need be. I think that does that make sense to everybody? Because I feel like Suni and Carasilla can be the front-facing part of this
Sticking
operation.
to the shadows.
Yeah, and I
Cool.
think if we're like exposed, probably make it easier for you guys because you
Yeah.
see the thing out in the open first.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, we can divert. I could use alter self, but I don't see a point. If he spots somebody cowering behind a tree staring at him, it doesn't really matter who it is.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be worse.
Yeah, it would be. So yeah, I'll just
And
normal
I
stealth.
think, in combination with what Gemma was saying, like keeping those who are not the focus, keeping their distance, just so like we're not trying to swarm Ajax. We're not trying to actually like capture him or something. Just trying to get a better grip on what's going on.
Right.
And so maybe Cecily and Bianca are far enough out of range where they can like see what's going on, but like they're pretty far back.
Okay. So, intentionally not trying to be seen by him.
The two of us, yeah.
Okay, so I'll need both of you to make stealth checks as you approach then.
Cool.
Okay. Watch me fuck this up.
I am using a point of luck.
Do they get advantage if like Suni and I are kind of a distraction?
I am going to use my DM inspiration.
Well, there. See.
Because of the state Ajax is in, no.
Okay.
Great, he is hunting.
My god.
That was worse. All right.
Oh my god.
You got another point of luck for the day?
What
Okay.
the hell, y'all?
Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to like keep stacking luck. I think I have to pick the second roll. Is how it works. For at least for the feat I have. So I can't just like.
That's too bad.
It is too bad.
Okay,
So,
one
You have
second.
a +7. Jesus fuck.
Yeah.
Man.
Before we get like
he's like inside of a building right now still, right?
No, he is out in
Am
the
I-
open.
Oh, you're out in the open. Okay, I don't know why I thought you were in a building. I guess the whole table thing had me thrown. When we are within 30 feet, Suni is going to cast Detect Evil and Good. I know that Ajax is undead, but I'm looking for something that's not undead lurking under.
So if you guys have made it to the forest already, Ajax isn't like hiding. You can see him walking down the road. He looks like pre-death Ajax right now. White fur, armor, like his old self. And he's just going to continue to walk. You see his ears twitch as he hears all of you and says,
What do you want?
We'd like a little bit of an explanation if it wouldn't be too much to ask.
he stops walking.
An explanation about what?
Tell us what happened when Bianca came here to speak to you. Why she seemed to have left so upset. And we'll say she'd also cast Detect Thoughts at this time.
Yeah. The entire time, just as a heads up for Detect Thoughts, all of them are genuine and aligned with what he is saying.
I can't remember if to go deeper is an instantaneous thing or if it will be like for the duration as well. I'm trying to find it, but so much text in the spell. Yeah, okay. I think it is just a general thing because it's just like the emotional reasoning behind that. Maybe I should send through, yeah. Although it will also be a save on Ajax's part. Because I don't think. Actually, yeah, she'll wait for him to say anything before doing that extra probe.
Okay. So sorry, because all that. Repeat the question.
Just an explanation for what happened when he was talking to Bianca, why she's so upset.
Ajax responds, I let my temper get the better of me. My Cecily, and he'll look up and look at you, Cecily. Sees through the hiding. Is the only one of you that has any idea what it's like. I am angry. I feel broken. I am not natural. I said things to Bianca. Things deep down I do not mean. Do you know how many days, how many times I have prayed to Paylor and he has not answered me? Not even a ray of sunshine. Nothing. I tried to reach out, and I failed. And when you arrived, Bianca, I was at my lowest. That is why I said what I said. I did not mean it.
I don't mean it. I'm just angry. And I am sorry.
I understand that there's little I could do to know the things you have been through, Ajax, and I don't claim to. But I do know who you are as a person, I do know who you are as a friend, and I do know that those are things that you would never say, especially not to Bianca. So please, if there's any more truth you'd like to give, I suggest you start saying it. And I think she'd also want to probe, just kind of getting the kind of deeper thoughts behind his response that he said.
Is that a wisdom save?
It is a wisdom save. I was considering antibiotic, but that feels cruel. Yeah, no, you failed that shit. So yeah, deep thoughts.
Yeah. Deep thoughts. I mean, John, what is Ajax feeling?
Oh, but it's also like the reasoning to the emotional state.
Okay.
And something looms large, just in case that, you know.
Yeah. What's the reasoning behind the emotional state, John?
So his emotional state is definitely sadness and anger mixed together. He feels cornered. He feels angry. But he, more than all of those emotions, feels sad. And you can hear the thoughts in his mind just saying,
I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. Please just let me be. Just let me go.
And with outside of the mind, what he actually says is,
I understand. I do. Bianca, I'm so sorry. I just don't know what I am. I don't know who I am anymore.
And so it's clear that Ajax has seen Bianca and Cecily, right? Like, there's no reason to keep hiding.
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, he's seen all of you.
Yeah. When he's like addressing Bianca, she would like come out of like behind a tree or wherever she is. And she'll say, I'm not mad at you. Just worried.
No.
Well, look, you can be feeling whatever you need to. Just let us in when you're ready.
I
You
will.
don't have to carry
will.
this all alone.
I know, but there are parts that I feel like I have to do by myself. I know it sounds strange, but I feel like there are some things that we have to do on our own. I know all of you are always there. The entire time I've been with all of you has been a blessing to me, and I'm so thankful for it. But
Bit of a shame that you feel that way, Ajax, because I can guarantee you that we're not letting you. At least, not completely alone. We understand, we respect that you need time, and that there are so many things that you need to come to terms with right now. I understand that this is a change in someone's life, that There are few things to compare to. I understand that you're hurting. I understand that you're afraid, that you're angry, that you are all of these things, but you are not going to be alone. Despite what you may feel, despite what you may wish, we will still be there. That is not something that we will negotiate.
I know.
And you see him drop the disguise. You see the undead form.
Help me.
We will. We love you, Ajax. Not just the Ajax we knew before, but this one too. You don't have to be alone. I promise you that. No matter what you're going through, we'll be with you.
I think Bianca's nervous too a little bit, but like when he says help me, she would start to get closer. What do you need us to do? We can ignore Paylor and fuck him if that's what we need. If we need...
No. Sometimes I need to be alone. Not entirely. But sometimes I need to be alone with my thoughts to sort them out. I just need time to think. To try and figure out what I am and what I'm to do next without Paylor. I don't want you to curse his name. He did nothing wrong. Neither did any of you. I spoke out of turn earlier. I'm so thankful that all of you were there to bring me back. Regardless of... And you see Ajax just sort of look down at his form. Regardless of any of this.
And there's still nothing to get any kind of inclination that there is like some other force here at play.
No, none at all. And Suni, this entire time, good and evil. I mean, Ajax is undead, so your morality compass is saying evil. Evil, evil, evil. There has been no change, but you're not sure if that's because of the form, because of, I mean, just being undead. You don't know. In fact, sometimes you're very confused because you feel like it's teetering towards neutral and evil, but sometimes good. It is chaotic. It is conflicted. But, I mean, thinking on it, if you died and came back as undead, your morality would probably be at war with itself too.
I do mean it though. No more slinking off by yourself. Or at least for the moment. Let at least one of us
promise
see.
that.
I think you should.
I don't mean...
I don't mean to offend at all. I just don't want to feel like a caged animal. Please don't do that to me. Don't try and cage me up. Please.
I know we've got all the other shit going on, but can Cecily insight check that in particular?
Yeah, sure. Make an insight check.
I think that kind of language reminded her of the Odinson family and the logic they use, and she's feeling weird.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna guess a 17.
Yeah, I mean, Ajax seems entirely genuine. He's afraid. I mean, two of supposedly his best friends, his best companions, snuck up on him, while the other two tried to distract from the front. He feels like you guys have nets in your hands and you're trying to contain him. He knows that you care, but he's afraid, because what happens if he says no? Will you get the chains? Will you get the lock and key? He doesn't know. He's nervous.
Well, shit, that made a lot of sense. Okay.
I can try. Be around more. And not isolate. But I need space. I need to be alone. Please, just give me that.
Yes, we understand. Though we just know how loneliness can make things worse sometimes. We're not trying to push back against your wants. We're just trying to help you with what you need. But time and space is also healing. You're not wrong. Guys, maybe we should... It's good to know that you've been able to calm yourself down. The way we left things was a lot more tense. So,
I am sorry.
you don't need to apologize.
I do.
No, you don't. I have no need to give forgiveness. You're upset. It's okay. You have every right to be. Joe's really fucking throwing me off.
Thank you.
And Bianca will turn to start to go back.
Ajax disguises again.
You see Ajax, as he throws up the disguise, he says,
I'll travel back to the city with all of you in a moment. I have some unfinished business with the shrine. I left things in a pretty poor state. After all, even if he's not talking to me, I know he is always with me.
Would you be too opposed if I came with you? There's something I'd like to speak with you about as well. Maybe best alone.
you see him sigh heavily. Your passive insight leads you to believe he's thinking, they still don't trust me. I can't even be left alone. But Ajax does respond.
You're on mute.
That is fine.
Thank you.
Ajax starts walking towards his shrine.
Yeah, and I mean, considering all those feelings of being like caged and boxed in, Carousel would want it to just be the two of them just to try and help mitigate that.
Yeah.
It's not like a strictly private conversation, but just, being respectful to those feelings.
Yeah. And Carousel can take care of herself too, so I think like unless Suni and Ceci had anything to do, the three of them could like wait at the edge of the woods just for Carousel, not necessarily like expecting anything, just so she doesn't have to walk alone the rest of the way.
Yeah. Cecily will join you on the walk back, and she would at some point just kind of be shaking her head and saying, "We shouldn't have tried to sneak past him."
Our intentions were good. He's upset. If sometimes you make a choice that you feel like is the right choice and it upsets somebody. And right now, Cecily, I think you're on the end that a lot of us were on when we were on a journey with you. Our intentions were good. We can't beat ourselves up for that. But we learn, and we listen, and we try again.
Well, when we try again, let's not do that. His ears
Agreed.
are too good.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. Otherwise, she would walk back.
Suni, are you heading back with
would,
them? Oh, yeah.
Suni would stick around in an attempt to stay 60 feet from Carasilla. Not trying to hover in on their conversations, but like making it seem like he is waiting for Carasilla to come back so that he can walk with Carasilla. But still just trying to maintain that much closeness if possible. If it's not possible, it won't matter much to him.
Just depends. Are you trying not to be seen, or are you just hanging out?
He is not trying not to be seen. He will like
He doesn't care if he's being seen, I think, is what he's saying.
yeah, sorry.
Okay,
He's gonna
okay.
he's gonna like sit
Not
down and
trying to
lean on a
not.
tree and pull out, I don't know, Belvedere's book and flip through
Okay.
it, trying to, I don't know, be busy.
Okay. All right. Cool. So Ajax and Carasilla, as you make your way back to the area where the shrine is, you can see, both of you are aware that Suni is, you can hear him climbing up the tree. And you can just begin to hear the pages of the book flipping as you just get out of earshot of that.
If they turn and like look at him, he'll wave at them and then just go back to the book.
Yeah. And Ajax, as you approach, you do see the mess that you left the shrine in. Sort of broken pieces of rubble. None of it is very well put together. And you know that you should probably pick things up just a bit.
I think the first thing he's going to start with, he's going to be cleaning while talking to Carasella.
I mean, I will just very quickly, just as they're going over there, just because I know Suni is hanging back, Carasella would quickly ask Ajax if he's fine with him still being there, if, you know, he'd want him to also step back. Just before conversation happens, you know.
I think,
Ask him to leave if not.
Fine. I understand.
you're just going to keep walking.
I mean, with that answer, Carasilla will just send a message to Suni. I think it might be better if you go back with the others. I'll be fine, trust me. I hate these smilings. Oh. But yeah, then Ajax can start with what he was going to say.
So he is cleaning while talking to you. The first thing he's going to do is the makeshift table he made out of like a broken log. He's going to pick that up and kind of chuck it to the side and just go grab another broken log that is still intact and kind of just walk it over and start cleaning it and picking up the candles and say, while he's still cleaning,
What did you want to talk about?
Truth, Ajax? At least I'm gonna offer mine. Everything I said there, I mean it. With full honesty. We're here for you. We still love and trust you. None of that has changed. But, like I said, I don't want to keep anything from you. And so I will be very, very honest by saying that this scares me. The way you're acting right now. The things I heard you say to Bianca, it scares me. Because those are not things that you would say. And I know that we have not known each other for a long time. But I know Bianca has. And the look of shock upon her was enough to tell me all I needed to know there.
As he's kind of cleaning things up still, it doesn't look towards Carousel.
Have you ever said anything while you were angry that you regret?
I have. Is that all that is, though?
You see Ajax stop cleaning. He slowly stands and turns to you. And he says simply, "No." He takes a step forward. "You should be scared, Garcilla." He takes another step forward. "Because I am a monster, right? They wouldn't even leave you alone with me. Till you said something. They lingered. They're
Who am
afraid."
I speaking to right now, Ajax? Because I refuse to believe that this is truly you. So who am I speaking to?
So a man
those
is not
things
even
that you have
entitled to
said.
his emotions anymore? I died,
don't know that this
Caracilla!
is-
I've come back as a monster. As a freak of nature. And every step I turn, everybody says, everything that happens to me, they doubt me. They think I'm a monster. You treat me like a monster, and now, here I am, being honest with you. And you ask me who speaks for me? I thought you loved me. I thought you cared, but it's so incredibly clear to me that you think I'm a monster. If this is all you wish to ask me, then I suggest you leave me to my thoughts, because you are doing more harm to me than my own thoughts would.
No, please, Ajax. I'm sorry. Say that you say things you shouldn't when you're angry, but you say things you shouldn't when you're scared as well. And like I said, I don't want to hide that for you. So I'm not scared of you. Promise you I'm not.
Then what
You know,
are you
I've-
scared of?
Scared of what we don't know. I'm scared of what this reminds me of. Because I would hate any idea that we are losing you. Because I don't want to believe that we have anything to lose you to. Whether it's something, whether it's your own anger or your own emotions. experience. I've had people in past claim to be doing one righteous thing while secretly being in shadows at the same time. And I don't want to believe that that is the same situation that I find myself in again. I refuse to believe that it is the same. But I am also not wanting to take that chance. So I ask that we do not yell at each other. And if you do not wish me to speak, that is fine. Let me listen, at least. Tell me how I can help. Because I may not understand what you are going through, but I understand listening. Listening is what I do. And she'll also go to, like, help pick up some of the things that Ajax was grabbing out. So you know what we do when things fall apart? When things go to rubble? We pick it up, one heavy brick at a time, and we rebuild it. Stronger and better. We do not let it stay all crumbled. So promise me that at least. Let me listen. Let me help if I'm able. Do not push us away.
See Ajax get down on one knee next to you. He looks to you, inches from your face. And you can smell that rot within him. You can feel your nostrils flare just a bit. It is rancid. He reeks of death. And with sad, solemn eyes, he looks to you and says, "You promise to listen and to love?"
I do. Of course I do, Jack.
That's a relief. It makes things so much easier.
I'm still not getting sus vibes.
Not yet.
Whoa.
Earlier, you asked me, or I asked you, if you're not afraid of me, then what are you afraid of? And you said, what you don't know. And I think that's beautifully put. You should be afraid of what you don't know. You should be terrified.
And Carousel, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage and minus a d4.
I'm already not wise. Don't do this to me, and I can't roll. Don't do this to me. Oh, that was poopy.
This is gonna go in the fanfic, sorry.
Did that come through? That's a 10.
God damn it.
And then the d4. I'll just roll through here.
Fucking
Oh,
God
right, okay.
damn it.
9. Chomp on me, Ajax! Or worse, I guess. Fuck me.
Carasilla, you feel the events of the past 10 minutes rewrite themselves in your mind. This conversation with Ajax didn't take place as you originally remember it, as we just experienced it. You came to Ajax in the woods. Everything that Ajax said still stays the same about, right up to his outburst. But the thoughts change after that point. In that moment, you realize that he's right. You have been treating him poorly. You realize in that moment that sometimes he does need to be left alone. It feels strange to admit that, But you can see that's best for him. You tell him that. You tell him that over and over and over again. You tell him that you're always there, that you love him, that when he needs you to help rebuild that castle one brick at a time, you'll be there. But you understand that sometimes he just has to do it on his own. And that feels strange to admit, but you know that's what Ajax needs. The two of you hug and embrace at the end. And for a moment, when you hug, when you give that love to him, when you give that trust to him, most importantly, you feel some of that rot, some of that bile fade away. And you think to yourself, is that all it takes? Do I just need to give Ajax trust, love, for him to come back to what he was? As your memories become clean, everything that had actually transpired has faded. No more. All that's left is this full support of Ajax, this care, this love, but this admittance on your part that sometimes he does need to be left alone. The two of you part from the hug. And Ajax, you remember things the exact same way. No wisdom saving throw required.
I appreciate you understanding.
My heart breaks for you, Ajax. It really does. Please, if there is anything I can do for you, big, small, it doesn't matter. Just please.
Well, there is 2 more candles. And I think then we should head back.
Right.
Finish picking up.
Okay. As the two of you grab the candles, you light them. So sorry. You light the candles and you depart. You leave the shrine behind. The sun begins to set, and by the time all of you get back to Maester, it's time to head to sleep or to head to your silent meditation. For those of you that are Elvish. My question to the group is, do all of you respect Ajax's wishes to be alone? While all of you are sleeping, are you giving any special instructions to guards? Or are you trusting him?
Bianca's gonna trust him. I think they still, because we as a party still do watches, just because the Dark One has like infiltrated our minds all at once before, so it's not out of lack of trust. Just we still do.
Yeah,
that.
it wouldn't be a change of routine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I will say though, while you guys were in Thrall, all of you slept, and Ajax was the only person on watch because he doesn't
I
need
thought
to
he
sleep
said
anymore.
he wanted to be alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
So
All
he's
right,
alone.
I was just clarifying. I was just
We're
clarifying.
watching.
Okay.
I felt that, and I haven't said anything.
All right. I was just
Get
clarifying.
wrecked!
I don't
Okay.
think that change. No, I don't think that changes the thing. He says he wants to be alone now. So
Okay.
if we take watches, the impression would send the same message.
Okay.
You would not expect him to work while he's trying to heal. Like
Okay. All righty. Sounds
Taking
good.
PTO on this night.
I'm just
PTO
clarifying.
on this night.
Just clarifying.
Okay, we're clocking that. Thank you.
Okay. So, as we transition into a bit of a cutscene. Ajax and Carasilla, as the two of you leave the shrine of Palor, you don't see this, as eventually you return back to the city. But there are two figures that emerge from the forest. Shrouds of invisibility fade away. An individual of entirely porcelain features, clockwork mechanisms ticking inside them. The other in amorphous and disturbing visage. The two of them exit, looking as you leave. They speak. You see the amorphous shapeshifter speak first.
It is truly what he wants.
I suppose so. However, we are diverting a lot of attention to this. But if he says it's worth it, then it's worth it. I still don't think I understand, though. But if it is his command, then we will follow, correct? You see the amorphous individual nod their head.
There are some of us that are less than loyal. When I infiltrated among their ranks before the siege, they made some admittance about a deal with Malice. It was quite easy, honestly. The Goliath was out searching all night for the Dragonborn. They didn't even notice the difference. But they admitted to me that they made a deal with Alice. She protected them from the Rhydon. She allowed Bronze Grove to change.
Very interesting. But now that this is taken care of, disaster averted, we have other things to attend to, right? The master plan must go unchanged, correct?
His plan will be executed.
You can see the two depart, flashing in different shades of magical light. As they vanish, many, many, many hours pass. The moon high in the sky. Ajax, you're not sure how you got here. But you currently sit in front of a small pool. You can feel your blood. Not your blood. You don't bleed. This blood matted to your fur. Go through the effort to clean it off because they can't know. As you go to grab your weapon, you initially grab for a shield and a spear, but instead you grab two hafts. Two hammers. As you look down to them, you can see wrought black steel, embedded with these deep, glowing purple runes, this astral magic Maybe. It is powerful, though. Incredibly powerful. And you realize someone finally answered your prayers. It just wasn't Paylor. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the session. I know I did. It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everent, Saturday for the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the adventures of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.